Wir sind überall. Wir gehen auf Tauchgang in die Tiefen der Musikgeschichte. Gestern, heute und auch morgen. Wir sezieren Partituren wie ChirurgInnen und haben unser Ohr stets am Puls der Zeit. Wir verknüpfen Zusammenhänge und ermitteln genreübergreifend. Von Bach über Boulez bis Beyoncé. Apropos B, let's talk about Basel, unsere Stadt. Hier erproben wir Theorie in der Praxis. In Vorlesungen, Praktika oder Exkursionen. Unser Zuhause? Die Bibliothek, das Konzert, die Playlist auf deinem Handy. Wir verschlingen Bücher wie Basler Leckerli. Und wir schreiben Geschichte. Wortwörtlich. Wir verstecken uns im Rampenlicht. Als Musikjournalistinnen, Redakteure, Lehrerinnen, Kuratoren, Dramaturginnen, Wissenschaftler. Wie gesagt, wir sind überall. Überall, wo Musik ist. Das Musikwissenschaftliche Seminar der Universität Basel. Wir sind überall. Wir gehen auf Tauchgang in die Tiefen der Musikgeschichte. Gestern, heute und auch morgen. Wir sezieren Partituren wie ChirurgInnen und haben unser Ohr stets am Puls der Zeit. Wir verknüpfen Zusammenhänge und ermitteln genreübergreifend. Von Bach über Boulez bis Beyoncé. Apropos B, let's talk about Basel, unsere Stadt. Hier erproben wir Theorie in der Praxis. In Vorlesungen, Praktika oder Exkursionen. Unser Zuhause? Die Bibliothek, das Konzert, die Playlist auf deinem Handy. Wir verschlingen Bücher wie Basler Leckerli. Und wir schreiben Geschichte. Wortwörtlich. Wir verstecken uns im Rampenlicht. Als Musikjournalistinnen, Redakteure, Lehrerinnen, Kuratoren, Dramaturginnen, Wissenschaftler. Wie gesagt, wir sind überall. Überall, wo Musik ist. Das Musikwissenschaftliche Seminar der Universität Basel. Wir sind überall. Wir gehen auf Tauchgang in die Tiefen der Musikgeschichte. Gestern, heute und auch morgen. Wir sezieren Partituren wie ChirurgInnen und haben unser Ohr stets am Puls der Zeit. Wir verknüpfen Zusammenhänge und ermitteln genreübergreifend. Von Bach über Boulez bis Beyoncé. Apropos B, let's talk about Basel, unsere Stadt. Hier erproben wir Theorie in der Praxis. In Vorlesungen, Praktika oder Exkursionen. Unser Zuhause? Die Bibliothek, das Konzert, die Playlist auf deinem Handy. Wir verschlingen Bücher wie Basler Leckerli und wir schreiben Geschichte. Wortwörtlich. Wir verstecken uns im Rampenlicht als Musikjournalistinnen, Redakteure, Lehrerinnen, Kuratoren, Dramaturginnen, Wissenschaftler. Wie gesagt, wir sind überall. Überall, wo Musik ist. Das musikwissenschaftliche Seminar der Universität Basel. Wir sind überall. Wir gehen auf Tauchgang in die Tiefen der Musikgeschichte. Gestern, heute und auch morgen. Wir sezieren Partituren wie ChirurgInnen und haben unser Ohr stets am Puls der Zeit. Wir verknüpfen Zusammenhänge und ermitteln genreübergreifend. Von Bach über Boulez bis Beyoncé. Apropos B, let's talk about Basel, unsere Stadt. Hier erproben wir Theorie in der Praxis. In Vorlesungen, Praktika oder Exkursionen. Unser Zuhause? Die Bibliothek, das Konzert, die Playlist auf deinem Handy. Wir verschlingen Bücher wie Basler Leckerli. Und wir schreiben Geschichte. Wortwörtlich. Wir verstecken uns im Rampenlicht. Als Musikjournalistinnen, Redakteure, Lehrerinnen, Kuratoren, Dramaturginnen, Wissenschaftler. Wie gesagt, wir sind überall. Überall, wo Musik ist. Das Musikwissenschaftliche Seminar der Universität Basel. Wir sind überall. Wir gehen auf Tauchgang in die Tiefen der Musikgeschichte. Gestern, heute und auch morgen. Wir sezieren Partituren wie ChirurgInnen und haben unser Ohr stets am Puls der Zeit. Wir sind überall. Wir gehen auf Tauchgang in die Tiefen der Musikgeschichte. Gestern, heute und auch morgen. Wir sezieren Partituren wie ChirurgInnen und haben unser Ohr stets am Puls der Zeit. Wir verknüpfen Zusammenhänge und ermitteln genreübergreifend. Von Bach über Boulez bis Beyoncé. Apropos B, let's talk about Basel, unsere Stadt. Hier erproben wir Theorie in der Praxis. In Vorlesungen, Praktika oder Exkursionen. Unser Zuhause? Die Bibliothek, das Konzert, die Playlist auf deinem Handy. Wir verschlingen Bücher wie Basler Leckerli. Und wir schreiben Geschichte. Wortwörtlich. Wir verstecken uns im Rampenlicht. Als Musikjournalistinnen, Redakteure, Lehrerinnen, Kuratoren, Dramaturginnen, Wissenschaftler. Wie gesagt, wir sind überall. Überall, wo Musik ist. Das musikwissenschaftliche Seminar der Universität Basel.
Meine Damen und Herren, Mesdames et Messieurs, Ladies and Gentlemen, hello Europe. A warm welcome to, it's incredible but true, the 8th annual EUROVISIONS International Conference here in wonderful Basel.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for coming and thank you, Irving. So this year, as usual, we have traveled to the Eurovision Song Contest host city, which in this particular case is this amazing city of Basel. And today we are in this amazing University of Basel. So be welcome and enjoy our conference.
Since we are here in Basel, which is a wonderful, welcoming city, and I think Eurovision can be happy to have such a wonderful host. We can also be happy to have such a great host with the Musikwissenschaftliches Seminar der Universität Basel. And a great thank to all of them who made this conference happy. Happy? Happen. so this is I think the motto of today. So thank you for a happy conference, Hanna Walsdorf. I would like you to introduce a little bit your musikwissenschaftliches Seminar.
Thank you very much. Good morning and welcome everyone. Welcome to Basel. We are delighted to host this exciting conference in our beautiful room here. Big cheers and thank you for your trust and for all the people who helped organizing this. Nicole Joost, Susanne Stalder and the student assistants in the background to help us to have everything running smoothly. I wish you a great and exciting time. I have no more time to say anything more. So.
Thank you so much, Anna. So it's amazing to be here before the proper presentation of our conference. Just some practical details. There is a toilet here, just on our left, I think, and coffee break. It's outside, in the other side of the road, in the very, very beautiful place. So it's a pleasure to have you here. So. Thank you very much, and before getting started, let me invite to visit our website, eurovisions.eu. There you can follow us and follow our news and subscribe our newsletter. So, and we are also in social media, Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. So go there, follow us, and leave your comments and messages. In fact, our conference, as usual, is being streamed, and it's being streamed on YouTube channel, our YouTube channel, and Facebook. So please join us, and those ones in online. So you are very welcome to leave your comments, to leave your questions as well. You can participate in the debate because you have a special person taking care of your messages. So whatever you want to say, wherever you want to comment, you are welcome.
Such a conference is, of course, not possible without a big team, and Eurovisions is not just the founding parents, Sophia and me, but a wonderful team that supports us. So I asked you to give a big round of applause to our colleagues, Isabel Camperlo, Carla Figueira, and Wilfred van Dellen. And a special big thank you for the wonderful technical support, and he's the guy who makes all this happen and bring it to you, to your computer screens, Paul Laschmana.
So we are just about to start our first speaker. So I will introduce Professor Eberhard Wolf from Basel University. And as you know, the topic of this year is the unfairness in music and in the Eurovision Song Contest. So to tell us a little bit more about this rather discussed subject, I would like to welcome Professor Eberhard Wolf from Basel University. He's a distinguished cultural anthropologist, medical historian, and his keynote entitled Fairness? What Fairness? Professor Wolf will explore the multifaceted concept of fairness in this context of the Eurovision Song Contest. Drawing from his extensive research on cultural practices and health and identity as well, he will examine how notions of fairness are constructed, perceived, and contested in popular culture. So, welcome, Professor Eberhard Wolf, and a big applause, and let's get started.
Good morning, everybody. I'm not just happy to speak here, I'm actually honored, very much honored, to have been asked to give this presentation this first presentation of this conference on fairness. And when you when you read the title of my talk, maybe some of the older ones, as me, some of the older ones felt reminded. It's a phrase. It's a similarity to a phrase that actually was crisis. What crisis? Yeah. Crisis. What crisis? You know? Do you remember? Crisis. What crisis was an album, an LP of Supertramp in 1975. And on this title photo, you see different meaning than the one the way I understand crisis, what crisis, or fairness, what fairness. You see a luxury setting and a surrounding in a mess, and this more or less means, well, this person is ignorant, doesn't see the crisis all around. And in the 1970s, this crisis, what crisis, have been sort of a familiar citation, and it derived from a movie from 1973 named The Day of the Jackal, in German Der Schakal, and in this is a movie about an attempted assault against General Charles de Gaulle in Paris at that time. And on the picture you see a man and a woman, and the man lying, and them both lying in bed, and he is a high government representative, and she is a sort of a honey trap. She is a spy, and she asks him, "Why did you come so late?" He says, "Well, in the government we have a crisis," and she asks, "Crisis? What crisis?" And this is actually the origin of this phrase, crisis, what crisis, and Supertramp took it and interpreted in a different way. And in this movie, it's the question of the investigation crisis. What crisis? She, as a spy, wants to know more. And me, I want to do something different when I ask fairness. What fairness? I want to do something what in German is perfectly coined in the term of hinterfragen, which means something like investigating, and literally translated to ask behind, to look behind and ask. I want to know what it's all about with fairness from my very personal perspective. This talk has a structure, and I have quite a lot of slides. Maybe I will skip some of them, because I have a lot of different examples, sometimes explaining more or less the same. I will start with some attempts to define, I say, the undefinable fairness. I will give an example from Netflix Eurovision parody, The Story of Fire Saga. I guess you all know that movie. I will give one example, maybe from recent Swiss media coverage, one example from some academic ESC research, one example from ESC Code of Conduct that has been published last year, and I will end up with some conclusions, and one final meta-conclusion, which I will reveal right now. It is, be careful with that term. What is fairness? My first attempt was to go to some dictionaries, to some encyclopedias, and there I got the impression how difficult it is to define fairness. It's more or less undefinable. I went to the English Wikipedia, and there I read an article needs to be written. I went to the Encyclopedia Britannica, and I didn't find an article on fairness. I visited the Merriam-Webster American Dictionary of the English language, and what I found was a circular definition. As you see, the quality or state of being fair. That didn't help me a lot. I went to the Oxford English Dictionary. I found a cloud of related terms like honesty, impartiality, equitableness, justness. That gives some directions of some ideas people have when they're thinking about fairness. And I went to visited the Oxford Learners Dictionary, and I found the term, the quality of treating people equally or in a way that is reasonable. Well, and yeah, equally could be, in my eyes, one possible aspect of fairness. And reasonable, I asked myself, what is reasonable? What is reasonable? And you found something, I read something in here what I frequently read, which is the substitution of one undefined term with another. So didn't help me too much, but then I went to Merriam-Webster's American Dictionary of the English Language, and they had one of the synonyms. Among the synonyms, you had the formulation conforming with established rules, and that sounded more interesting to me. I thought, is it rules? Well, it's conforming. Fairness means conforming with something. But is it really rules? Is it something strict like rules, or is it something different? And what about established? Does it established mean that there's only one established, that there's only one rule, and it's accepted by everybody? So this definition sounded to me quite interesting, but a little bit too stiff and too narrow. So I decided to create not a definition, but my actual reading of fairness, which reads, confronting with a set of norms that are actually applied. And this means, this is to some extent different, especially in the perspective of that it's not talking about an absolute, but a relational reading. And there are apparently different possible fairnesses. So in the future, you should think fairness always, I think, in plural. There is not just one fairness. My next chapter, first example, I wanted to show you 2 minutes of the Netflix movie, but for legal reasons, of the Netflix movie Eurovision Song Contest, the story of Fire Saga from 2020, but for legal reasons, this talk is broadcasted on YouTube, so for legal reasons it's not possible to show it, but I have some stills. I have some stills for you in the story I wanted to tell you. If you ever see this movie, it's minute 13 to 15. What I now try to narrate you. It happens at the Icelandic broadcasting, public broadcasting institution, and there's a commission picking out the acts for the national contest, for the national pre-test for the Eurovision Song Contest, and they got all the DVDs with the applications, and the scene starts with having a look at one, and this is Katja Lindsdottir with her submission video, and it's the perfect one, and the head of the committee, which also is the president of the public television, named Niels Brongos, and he is the president of the National Selection Committee, and he's so fascinated after showing it and said, hey, with this presentation, Iceland could win the Eurovision Song Contest, and he's so excited about it. But then the governor of the Central Bank of Iceland, you might remember if you had seen the film before, the governor of the Central Bank of Iceland said, oh, well, what if Iceland would win the Eurovision Song Contest with a capital of 15,000 inhabitants? What about 500,000 people coming to Iceland? I'm afraid the cost of hosting will bankrupt the whole country. And then there's a cut, and someone from the committee asks, by the way, we only have 11 acts, but rules say we need 12. And Neil said, well, that's okay, and he picks a box with all the DVDs and say, would you pass it down to Jorn? And he says to Jorn, just pick one of them. And then the person sitting, he has no name, the person sitting next to Jorn asks, what? Is that fair? And here we are. with the question of fairness. It's the question of fairness. So this is my example. Is that fair? Pick one. Is it fair? Is it fair just to pick to find the 12th contestant, to pick the 12th contestant just by chance? Is that fair or not? And my answer is it depends. The answer depends on the respective idea of fairness. You could say we decide whom to invite to the national competition by the criterion of song quality. We could also say everybody should have an equal chance to get to this group of 12 acts. You could say we decide and choose the one who's the most likely to win, and they could also think we could choose the one according to the economic reasonability of winning the ESC. You remember what the banker said. Well, if you have it, and you might add some more of these logics. If you decide by song quality, picking one would be, I guess, more or less unfair. But for whom? For the contestants. If you pick by, or would be unfair to the applicants with a high artistic quality. If you decide by equal chances, pick one would be really fair for the contestants. If you choose by the likeliness to win it, pick one would be unfair for Icelandic Eurovision Song Contest. And if you pick by the economic reasonability of winning the ESC, pick one would be relatively fair for economic survival of Iceland, because it diminishes the chances to win. So, having altogether, fairness depends on the respective idea, in my eyes, in the respective ideas, the idea of fairness and for whom something should be fair. This is classical cultural relativism, what I pledge for here. Second example, and I will be a little bit quicker because it tries to illustrate more or less the same. I picked one example of media coverage for a week or 10 days ago. The head of Basel Tourism gave a press conference and said the accommodation rates in Basel right now are fair. They have fair rates. And that means a four-star hotel room is between 220 and 380. I don't know how much you paid. The price is doubled compared to normal rates, but it's lower than at Art Basel, and they say it's no excess. That's no excess. And as I was asking myself, what makes the rate fair for the tourism director then? And saying fairness, for her, she doesn't define fairness. She just uses the word as if it's clear what it's meant to it, but she illustrates it with examples. And this is very typical, something very typical you find mostly in non-academic, but also in academic publishings, this implicit use of fairness. Their fairness is used as a term is used, but its meaning isn't elaborated. So you actually don't really know how they understand fairness. And here as well, you have different possibilities to read the fair rate. What a fair rate for a hotel at the Eurovision Song Contest is going. There would be no excess, but when does excess start? I don't know. It could be a rate that is affordable to average ESC fans. It could be a rate that respects the market of supply and demand. This is the neoliberal economic fairness. An ESC rate, it could be an ESC rate that balances deficits of low demand accommodation periods. So you ask for more when the demand is high, and you could see a fair rate as a rate that balances different interests, and I guess this could be something like the Swiss version. It's a rate that balances different interests, and it could be a rate maybe for the tourism director, a rate that is good for the Basel city image. So fair rate could be something, could be very, very different, different ways of fairness. Another example, academic research. The term of fairness in academic research on ESC, I've tried to have a look and go through some of the research of the last 10, 20 years, academic research. So fairness frequently was used in connection with block voting. And I guess you all are more or less familiar with block voting, but it is explained in the first citation I have, and it's this citation from the book Another Song for Europe from 2021 from Ivan Rajkov, and I quote him in, and all the emphasis, the bold one, the emphasizes are from me. I quote, in 2003, the United Kingdom received its first nul point score after having won the contest 5 times and taken second place 15 times. The country's humiliation has continued with further last place finishes in 2008, 2010, and 2019. These disappointing results have prompted frequent claims about the unfairness of block voting. That means when neighboring countries award each other's songs their maximum points, and the supposed negative bias other Europeans seem to hold against the British. This is, for me, an example of sort of a self-explaining use of the term of fairness. Ivan Rajkov doesn't go deeper into detail what he really means with fairness. And it's maybe from my perspective, as something is not, fairness is not self-evident, I don't know why he thinks this is unfair, because in an everyday logic, you might think, well, it's all clear, maybe, and me too. But when I, from an academic perspective, go deeper into details, I want to know what is it all about? What's the sort of unfairness of block voting? He used it as a self-explaining way, but what he did, so I'm not criticizing him here, don't misunderstand me, this is only a reference to others by Rajkov. So, and the same is with my second quotation is from an article from 2018 by Ged Yair, a very renowned European Song Contest researcher. And it's an article, it's a review about 2 decades of research, so he's also reviewing it, his findings of different researchers. And the quotation is, using data from 1998 to 2012, Sharon concluded that democratic or impartial countries are more sensitive to song quality than countries with lesser democratic tradition that more visibly opt to adopt block voting and local alliances. Loyalty, which is contraposed to song quality and voting fairness, is found to decline as impartiality levels rise. The results suggest that as the EBU expanded its inclusive orientation to non-democratic regimes, it also allowed even more collusive voting patterns to possibly corrupt quality and fairness at the ESC. So what you see here in my eyes is a clear statement: voting based on song quality is fair, and voting based on loyalty among local national alliances is unfair. And you might already expect it. I think it's a little bit more complicated. First, voting based on song quality is fair would be the idea. And what I would then ask is, what is song quality? Does Does it mean the song itself, the composition, the performance, and what else? And I guess you are very much more into this subject of the problems of what the question of song quality could be and how complex it could be. What came to my mind also was the contextuality of quality assessments. Quality assessment of song quality can, I guess, in real life would never be just assessments on song quality. It has quality has a lot of contextuality, and sure, among them also national ideas. So it's not that easy to say that song quality is just fair. And you can say that objectivity, that quality is not just not something very objective, but it's just sort of pretends to give some objectivity. B, voting based on loyalty among local national alliances is unfair. I would say the ESC is a competition between nations by definitions, and just to cut out every national aspect is a little bit maybe short-sighted, and the national criteria are, as I said before, entangled with others, including song quality. So my idea is the simple dichotomy of song quality as fair, as a fair voting criterion, and national as an unfair voting criterion is oversimplifying a very complex matter. Now, no offense, Gerd, Ivan, and other colleagues, maybe you, no offense. I don't judge you by the use of just one term. You are the competent researchers having explained the complexity in the ESC, and what I do is just picking out one term of long books and long articles, competent articles. But when you have a look at this term of fairness, and you just scrutinize this term of fairness, you see fairness is more complex than it is usually, than it is frequently dealt with in academia. And even though the use of the term unfairness without elaborating the complexity and dialectics of the underlying normative system is in danger of substantially simplifying the topic. How many minutes do I still have? 10. Brilliant. Wow. My last example. Last December, the ESC published a code of conduct. I don't know who of you really read it, and all the participants have to accept it. I don't know whether they have to physically sign it, but they have to accept it. And I thought, well, maybe there I find the answer of what fairness really is. So I was asking, where does the term of fairness appear in the ESC Code of Conduct? And here on the chapter 1, this is page 5, you have a title called Fair Play, an Ethical Competition. Then again, you have in bold letters, fair competition, and then it seems to be explained what it is, a fair competition. Adhering to ESC rules is essential to ensure a level playing field for everyone. We promote a spirit of healthy competition and kindly remind participants that any unethical behavior or sabotage is strictly prohibited and will lead to sanctions. So, I was trying to find out what idea of fairness in this code of conduct is employed. And in this part of the conduct, I thought they say fairness means adhering to the rules. It means a healthy competition. It means not being unethical and not sabotaging. And I was a little bit unsure how to explain it. It's sort of a bad feeling. What do they want to say? Do they want to make a list? What is not allowed? Does fairness mean something, not to do something that is not allowed? I think that is self-evident, and you don't need the term fairness. I don't think if you blow not sabotaging the ESC, to blow a bomb in the ESC is I wouldn't call unfair. Being unethical. What is a healthy competition? And adhering to the rules also is a quite formal idea. A quite formal. I thought. I don't think the people mean that fairness means just clinging to the rules, to some official rules. Fairness is more than that. So I was a little bit. I don't know how to deal with it actually. The second part where second paragraph where in the code of conduct fairness appears is professional behavior. This is page 6. The ESC is a professional workplace. You must maintain a respectful, courteous, and professional attitude at all times while performing duties in relation to the ESC. Everyone must be treated with kindness, respect, fairness, courtesy, and on an equal basis. A non-exhaustive list of prohibited behaviors is attached to this code of conduct. Well, let's put the prohibited behaviors aside. Then when the rest is it equivalent? Does fairness mean it's equivalent or additive to kindness? You have this this listing of this listing of kindness, respect, fairness, courtesy on an equal basis. So what's the relation of fairness to respect, fairness to kindness, fairness to courtesy? Actually, this is a listing, so it all means should mean something different. I don't know. Is it equivalent? Are they synonyms? No, I don't think so. Is it additive? So this would mean fairness means something other, and in this case, again, fairness is used in a way of being self-explaining. My answer right now was, there is no, in the code of conduct, there is no systematic meaning. I had the impression of sometimes, could it be a filler? I have a question mark here, but my main idea is, and this applies to some of the other places where you read fairness, the use of fairness could be a deliberately undefined term to create a moral atmosphere. This is my suspicion. Sometimes. Okay, some conclusions. Just to wrap it up, what I've said the last 15 minutes. First is nothing is fair, my ideas, not the truth. Nothing is fair or unfair by itself. Fairness is fair only in respect to its underlying set of norms. The term fairness is frequently used as if it was self-explaining. Arguing with the concept of fairness has the tendency of oversimplifying complex constellations, and fairness seems to sometimes being used deliberately in an undefined, opaque way for tactical reasons to create something like a moral atmosphere or something else. But I guess it's sometimes used in a tactical way, the term of fairness. And conclusions that apply a little bit more to academics. I was giving you examples from everyday life, from media, from officials, and from academics. Other than outside academics, an approach via fairness inside the academic field should keep this in mind and analyze the underlying norms as the main task instead of employing one focused subjective reading of fairness. So this is what I would suggest would be the role of academics, is to scrutinize what ideas of fairness lie behind or are underlying the use of the term of fairness. And from an academic perspective, concepts beyond normative fairness frequently give more insights than simple fairness ones. So, and I mean whether you should go beyond, sort of go beyond fairness. It's not just, maybe you have the question of fairness, but you go beyond. What do you want from what perspective? Does someone argue? What would be an opposite argumentation? What for me always in academia is one of the crucial methodologies. And so, yeah, I was starting with Supertramp and I will end up with Pink Floyd. Maybe you remember when you were young? No. the term, maybe you know the song Careful with That Axe, Eugene. This was first published in 1968 and first on the LP Relics by Pink Floyd, Careful with That Axe, Eugene. And I will pick it up to finish my paper with my meta-conclusion. Fairness, careful with that term, Eurovisions. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Professor Wolf, for this very, very insightful presentation. We see that the concept of fairness is, as many other concepts in science, a very complex one, and we are looking forward to discuss this complexity in the next 2 conference days. Thank you again, Professor Wolf. Are there any questions in the audience?
Or objections.
Barbara?
Thank you for your paper. It's more a comment than a question. Actually, I was just today in the media briefing before the rehearsals, and Martin Greer, newly appointed director of Eurovision, was asked about this code of conduct and all this unethical and all these things that you mentioned here. And he said, it only means to be nice. So I don't know if that provides an answer, but that was just a comment. So thank you again.
Oh, thank you for that example. So you can, as a cultural anthropologist, I would be tempted to start the work for a new presentation on niceness and its relativity.
Okay, and I see we have a question online. Wilfred, can you please ask?
Yep, this is a question from George Cremona. Thanks for this inspiring presentation. I have a question. Since, as you say, nothing is fair or unfair, which adjective, one word, would you find appropriate to define this festival? Greetings from Malta.
Oh. I'm sorry, I didn't actually get what he said.
Okay.
Could you repeat?
Well, as you say, nothing is fair or unfair. Which adjective, one word, would you find appropriate? So I think he's looking for another word. One that you find appropriate instead of fair or unfair.
To define. I would ask back. It's a wonderful question because it explains. I guess you wouldn't save the problem to find another word. You could call it onk or peristaltic or any fantasy word, and you still would have the same problem of the complexity. Well, this is my déformation professionnelle as a cultural anthropologist, to see that it's all entangled in the society. So it's not that easy. It wouldn't be a solution to find but maybe we could start a discussion. Maybe someone has an idea. We had the term of niceness, and maybe I should shut up and leave you the floor because you are less destructive than me.
Okay, so I think we will all try to be nice today to each other, do our best at least. But I think also to make our science slammers not wait longer for their appearance, we should close this first impulse. Thank you, Professor Wolf. And also part of the fairness is to mention all the wonderful people that are contributing to this conference, even if they're not present today. But at the beginning of our stream and also in the breaks, you will listen to some wonderful musical interlude, variations on the Te Deum of Marc-Antoine Charpentier, the music that we all know and cherish as the Eurovision anthem. And I, of course, wanted to thank all the musicians who did this. And for this, I need my glasses, because otherwise I cannot read the names properly. So I'm thanking the professors and students of Schola Cantorum Basilensis who did the orchestral version of this Te Deum. I say a big thank you to Niccolò Musi, who is playing the piano and arranged the jazzy version. He's from Jazz Campus Basel. And I say thank you to Sophia Will, Javier Rojo, and Linda Scharnagel, also from Jazz Campus. So we are now having a short break to invite our science slammers, and then the science slam is going to start, and you all can vote for your favorite presentation. So you cannot vote for your own presentation because you're going to sit here in front, but of course you can vote for the wonderful people who are sharing their knowledge with us. You have all 2 votes, but I will explain later after the break. So see you again in 3 minutes.
Waarom gegamed? Nee, niet aanklikken natuurlijk. So quiet. Scary.
Someone can see.
This is our first dress rehearsal and the final at the same time. So a little bit like the Sanremo Festival. And I would like to ask you about your
Wir sind überall.
What is fair for you?
Wir gehen auf Tauchgang in die Tiefen der Musikgeschichte.
Any ideas? Any
Gestern,
examples?
heute
Irving,
und auch morgen.
while you're doing that, can Sophia moderate?
Wir sezieren Partituren wie ChirurgInnen und haben unser Ohr stets am Puls der Zeit. Wir verknüpfen Zusammenhänge und ermitteln genreübergreifend. Von Bach über Boulez bis Beyoncé. Apropos B. Let's talk about Basel, unsere Stadt. Hier erproben wir Theorie in der Praxis. In Vorlesungen, Praktika oder Exkursionen. Unser Zuhause? Die Bibliothek, das Konzert, die Playlist auf deinem Handy. Wir verschlingen Bücher wie Basler Leckerli. Und wir schreiben Geschichte. Wortwörtlich. Wir verstecken uns im Rampenlicht. Als Musikjournalistinnen, Redakteure, Lehrerinnen, Kuratoren, Dramaturginnen, Wissenschaftler. Wie gesagt, wir sind überall. Überall, wo Musik ist. Das musikwissenschaftliche Seminar der Universität Basel.
Discussed before the task, when the task is evaluated, fairness should be made. But since we deal with languages, sometimes the way a question is formulated can be misunderstood by the students or by the teacher. So there is always a possibility of questioning the fairness and the criteria application. But still, I do rely on criteria, and that's how we can ensure that fairness can be achieved in the education field. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I don't know if you are ready to go.
I think so. Apparently all the audio was already on stream. Apologies for that. And,
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we can continue.
Yeah, so no one is injured, so we are okay. So we will start. Thank you so much. I think you have some thoughts as well, but next time I'll go to you. So yeah, we can start. Thank you for waiting. So we can start our Science Slam round number 1 with these 3 amazing researchers. And thank you so much, Jess. I'm very happy to meet you in person because Jess Cardinal, our moderator, was our invited speaker in 2020 online. We were online due to the pandemics, and we were talking from Portugal to Australia, so we are very happy to have you here in person. So with no further delay, I will pass the word to Jess to start this Science Slam first roundtable. And don't forget, you can vote. You can go to our website and you see a button Science Slam, and you can vote, and then at the end we will have a little surprise. So thank you so much. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you to our Science Slammers for being here. So the way this runs is you've got 2 minutes to introduce yourselves, talk a little bit about the main themes of your research, then we'll have a few questions from moi, and then we'll have discussion at the end where we invite others to ask you questions. So we're going to start with you, Jonathan Stark.
So hello everyone, my name is Jonathan, I am 30 years old and I work here at the University of Basel in the musicology department as a team member of our Night Muse research project. My research on the ESC was all about the question, how can you actually win the ESC? And it was important for me to focus on the music itself with this question. Because it may be surprising, but if we have a look at the last 20 editions of the ESC and their winning songs, we can see that there actually is a winning formula, musically speaking, for success, for winning the ESC. This winning formula includes genre, key, and tempo. So in a nutshell, you could say that if you compose a song that belongs to the pop genre, is in C major or E minor, and has a tempo of 123 BPM, you increase your chances of winning the ESC quite significantly. Now, the problem with this winning formula is, of course, that we would sacrifice quite a lot if every country would just use this winning formula. First and foremost, we would sacrifice diversity. And that would be a problem because celebrating diversity through music is a core value of the ESC. So in my research, I addressed this problem by suggesting 2 strategies for making small adjustments to the winning formula. These adjustments make it possible to balance the chance of winning with the diversity of the ESC contributions. So I hope this sounds interesting to you, and I look very much forward to receiving your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. So I guess my question for you is, how do you see this interacting with that idea of fairness? Does having a formula make things more fair or less fair?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think this has to do with access to education and to information. So it is not so hard to see or to identify this winning formula, but then the question is, of course, which countries use it and how good is the access to this information. And another question is, how good does the winning formula align with musical traditions of the countries? Because it could be possible that a country maybe has a tradition or an image of a certain musical style which is not aligned at all with the winning formula. So then there are questions of fairness, of course. Yeah.
Do you have an example of a winning song that doesn't align with the formula that you could give us?
Yes, there are many. So what's very important to say is that this is not an exact science. Yeah. So you will be able to find many, many counter-examples for this winning formula. For instance, I think France is a pretty good example. Now, France was not the most successful country in the ESC in the last 20 years, but I think in 2021 they came in second, so they did pretty good, with a song that didn't have anything to do with the winning formula. So that was a chanson, the tempo was different, and the key as well. So there are many counter-examples. Yes, it is more about a statistical tendency than about an exact science.
And do you think that formula changes over time? Because it seems that, I know you mentioned that there's sort of a danceability to the beats per minute, whereas that may not have been so much of a consideration with some of the older songs. So can this formula actually change?
I'm sure it can. What I did was looking at the last 20 years of ESC. So this winning formula applies to the last 20 years. But I didn't do it, but I'm pretty sure that if you have a look at the 80s or 90s, you would come up with a completely different winning formula. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that would be the case.
But you think there would still be a formula that emerges when you analyse those winners?
Probably, I think so, yes.
Okay. Because I think it's interesting to consider that, you know, you come up with this formula, suddenly everyone tries to stick to it, and then we get sick of it as the audience. And the winner will be somebody who breaks that formula, and then we see this happening all the time with Eurovision, where we get our own trends in the music.
Just to add to that, of course, the reason why that is not an exact science is that ESC is so much more than just the music. It's about performance, it's about traditions between countries, it's about the voting system. So this cannot be only about music, so yes.
Yeah. So you've got more elements to that winning formula than just the beats per minute and the key and everything like that. Excellent. Well, thank you very much, Jonathan. That was excellent. All right, now we are switching to Jane on Zoom. I may need technical help for this. No, Jane? Excellent. And do you want to speak so we can see that your sound is okay?
Can she say something? Can she talk? Can you talk? Hi, Jane. Can you talk?
Oh, she can't hear us either, maybe.
Can you wait? Hold on. Audio. Sorry. Okay, so we need a microphone. And, oh yeah. Can you say something now?
Hello?
Yes.
Thank you, Tom. I can't actually see the
Can you hear us as well?
Thank you.
Can you hear us as well?
Yes, I can just about hear you, yes.
Does it need to be louder? I can do it louder if you want.
No, it's a little echoey, but I can hear you.
Oh yeah, that's possible, yeah. My apologies. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Thank you for joining us, Jane, and for thank you, Paul, for figuring out the sound there. So, Jane, would you like to introduce yourself and the highlights of your research?
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. As you can probably see, I promised I would wear my sequins at Eurovision, and I didn't make it because I had this little surgery a couple of days ago. I'm Jane Healy. I'm from Bournemouth University in the southwest of England. And I'm a criminologist. I tend to research horrible things that happen to human beings by other human beings, hate crime and discrimination and violence. But I was really interested in researching Eurovision because it is perceived by so many to be a place of safety and acceptance and diversity. And that drew me to doing this research to see what was the magic formula that made it seem like such a safe and inclusive place to be. So I've done some ethnographic observations at both Liverpool and Malmö, and some interviews with 18 different people in different fields that research Eurovision or present or are running fan clubs and blogs and so on, and also a survey with fans as well. And my focus really was on this issue of fan culture being a really important part of maintaining and sustaining Eurovision. And as such, that means that fans' sense of inclusion and representation and safety will be important factors in their participation. So for me, representation and diversity were therefore sort of indicators of a sense of safety and for feelings of fairness, although I haven't clearly defined fairness, so I've failed Professor Wolf's task there. But thinking about fairness and safety for fans and how that might make fans feel. And one of the things that I wanted to explore was what the barriers were to that sense of safety. And when I compared Liverpool and Malmö, there were very, very different experiences, but there are similarities in terms of barriers around cost and finance, not just for fans, but also for delegations. But there were also physical barriers in terms of accessibility and bottlenecks and gates and queues. And there were also emotional barriers in terms of fans feeling a sense of wariness or fear, particularly in Malmö, in terms of protests and marches and an increased sort of security presence and personnel there. So those are the areas that I'm kind of working on, but I have so much to say, I'll probably try and wrap it up. In terms of maintaining a sense of diversity for artists and for fans was really important, but also those barriers being a challenge to their integration and their assimilation and their continued support of Eurovision. And the sense of unfairness for fans in particular being underpinned by a lack of understanding of why certain countries were allowed to participate and others were not. So I'll stop there. There's lots I could say, but I'm conscious of time. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that, Jane. You're doing well. I guess my question for you, we often hear a lot about the toxicity of Euro fandom. That there are a lot of tensions within the fandom that are, shall we say, at a particular high at the moment over the past couple of years. So could you speak a little bit more to that? Did that bear out in your findings?
So I missed part of that question. Was that around the fans?
The fans, yeah. The toxicity of the fandom, whether or not that was something that emerged from your research.
It did come up in some of my interviews where there was this competing sense of fans feeling very included and very safe and describing it as a sense of belonging a sense of safety, and very much being a place to unite. I've got quotes like, it provides a sense of belonging to all. I can be myself with no judgment. So I think we see that wonderful sort of sense of safety for some, but I think it's the online experiences where we're seeing more toxicity rather than the in-person events. So people talk about going to the fan events, going into the arena and feeling safe and feeling part of a bigger experience. But some of the people I spoke to talk about the sort of the negativity and the pylons and the nastiness that's more common in the online fan world rather than in person. And of course, it's very hard to separate online from in person now because they overlap, don't they? But I think for those fans that are at events, they talk about how they're there to discover new music, new artists, and to feel that they can express themselves. And I think there's a conflict there with so-called fans or other types of fans that can be more negative and more challenging in the online environments.
Thank you. The other thing that I was interested in what you're saying there was around accessibility of the song contest. And in particular, I think it's really interesting to look at disability within that. And as you're looking at both representation and all of these other things, how important do you think that representation of disability and the way that accessibility is dealt with at Eurovision align? Do they align or do they conflict? Is it fair in terms of how people with disabilities are able to access or not access the contest?
I don't think it's representative enough for people with different impairments and conditions and disabilities. And I think that was something that drew me to it because I've previously researched disabled people's experiences of harm. And so I was interested in how accessible and how inclusive it is for all types of groups. And I feel that there are the physical barriers for the fans and people who are at the festivals in terms of, you know, in Liverpool, there was a lot of cobblestones, there were a lot of gates, there were a lot of physical doors and access points. There were people describing how they were disabled, but they had to queue up with the rest of the fans for up to or more to access a building, which can be very challenging when you've got a condition that, you know, puts a lot of pressure on your physical body. So there are the physical barriers for fans, but I think there's also, if we look at how Eurovision has become a site of representation for our queer communities, we don't see that for our disabled communities as such. We don't see an intersectional Eurovision in the way that we may have had one or two disabled artists in the last, I don't know, 10 or 20 years. So I think there are levels of inclusion at play here, and I think what we need to be mindful of is that we don't include so many that we exclude others. And I think the others being people with different impairments and conditions, people from different religious backgrounds, for example, people from different cultures. There's still a way to go to overcome those barriers for those groups.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that, Jane. It's really interesting research.
Thanks so much.
Okay, last but not least, Timo Herman. And are you going to sing for us?
Maybe tomorrow, who knows? But I would start with German saying, alle guten Dinge sind drei. So all the good things are three at least. And that's, of course, the case for both panels. I'm Timo, I'm 24 years old. And currently I'm studying in a master called Ethnography and Cultural Analysis. But I'm going to present my bachelor's thesis today, and I'm quite a big fan of Eurovision, and I always found the interconnectedness with politics really interesting, and some of my political knowledge and of different conflicts also stems from liking Eurovision. And that's why I picked two entries. First, Jamala's 1944, I'm quite sure you know that one, as it won the 2016 contest for Ukraine. And Manissa's Russian Woman, she finished 9th in 2021 and is the last Russian entry to date. Yeah, I said both of these entries within the framework of the Russian-Ukrainian war or conflict, or how you'll name it. I discussed it more in my work and theory, of course. And I wanted to know, what meanings do fans and media attribute, and how do they read those entries as political, as too political, or problematize it? And so I did a sample of, it was mostly German-speaking articles, and I also interviewed some fans. I couldn't interview the artists themselves. I requested their management, of course, but I took a look at some interviews online. I would have loved, as a fan, to interview them, of course. And my findings were that they were interpreted quite differently. Regarding Jamala, especially after her victory, the victory was attributed to the song being too political and having an instant connection with the annexation of Crimea. And for Manissa, it was different. Her entry was like largely well received, if one ignores the backlash in Russia itself, and like the colorful Western value presentation of Russia was quite liked. But some people I spoke to also criticized it. Yes, does this reflect the reality of life in Russia? And so I think you can interpret it in quite different ways. You could either say, okay, Manissa is Tajik, so she's like a minority in Russia. You can also discuss more about how minorities are produced and how do I reproduce them in my work. And Jamala is Crimean Tatar, and against the backdrop of like experience of discrimination, you can also interpret this self-ethnicization as a powerful, empowering way. But on the other hand, there's also the possible interpretation that you can say, okay, those artists were chosen to, they are discriminated within the country, and they were chosen to represent a more plural national self-image. This would rather like focus on the structure, the other interpretation rather on the agency, and I would like to offer those interpretations to discussion.
Thank you. I have a methodological question for you. So you looked mainly at German press. Where were your fans from?
My fans, which is also maybe a weakness of my studies, were from my closer or my broader own social circle. So it's quite a German or Western view on this topic, which was also due to like limited means of research and time within this academic field.
For the scope of the project, that's understandable. I'm just wondering whether you have thought about the impact of those things. So is this a particularly German perspective on those two songs, or do you think it would apply broadly?
I think there were also English or international articles within the sample, and it combined like also fan magazines and like bigger broadcasting articles. But I would be careful, especially as a cultural anthropologist, to generalize these aspects. So I wouldn't generalize it.
No, thank you. The other question that I have is around, I think it's a really interesting observation that 1944 is kind of seen as political, whereas Russian Woman is, people find it more difficult to locate the politics of it. But it is a political song because the values in it are political and coming from a particular kind of appealing perspective. So I was wondering if you could speak a little bit more about your findings around how politics is defined in people's interpretations of those songs.
So I myself used a quite broad term of political to phrase it in the work. I would say that in regard to Jamala's song, the political is interpreted by the people as something negative, which shouldn't be intervening with the context. A contest, maybe the result, it was also interpreted as unfair. So I would say there the political is deemed as something negative, which shouldn't intervene with the contest, which should be separated from music, and more objective criteria should be important. And within Manisse, there were just a few people who criticized this maybe not so very accurate representation, and often the contribution wasn't read as political, so maybe those people used, I would say, a more closed term of politics, focusing on governments, and don't see the transmission of certain values and things as something political. So I think there were different political terms at use.
So you think it's because 1944 was able to be located more readily within a sort of state-based politics, whereas Russian Woman was celebrating things, so that makes that politics okay.
Yes, I think one could say it was quite easy to connect 1944 with current political action, and that was more difficult for the Russian entry.
And how aware do you think people were of the political context of the Russian entry?
I think they weren't aware. For example, I just found out about the backlash in Russia because Manisse was not seen as a fitted representative for Russia because she's not so Russian. So you see this Anführungszeichen.
Which is the whole point of the song.
I'm doing. That's the point of the song. But for example, I myself didn't knew about this backlash before, and also the fans I interviewed didn't know, and it wasn't mentioned in most of the online articles. So it was just a praise of this lovely, colorful song, and those voices asking underlying things weren't that many.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And thank you to all three of you. Okay, we now have 10 minutes for questions from the audience. So
my colleague, Isabel, will be with the microphone, so we have time for questions.
We do.
And
any questions?
no questions.
Ah.
I'm sorry, I forgot your name, but
Jonathan.
Jonathan. So you talked about that. Yeah.
So close.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah.
You talked about the key and some genre or something
Genre
will,
and tempo,
will
yes.
give a really significant advantage in terms of winning or getting more points. Can you tell us more about how you did that part?
Yeah.
Like theoretically?
Yeah,
Thank
sure.
you.
Well, it is in looking at these three factors is not a very complicated calculation. I mean, you can easily access lists of the genres of the last 20 years of winning songs, also of the several national contributions. Then for the key, I just did that with my, I'm a trained music theorist, so I basically looked at the songs and what's the key they are in, so in which key do they start, in which key do they end.
So you mainly only focus on the songs that win the Eurovision that year, right?
Yes.
Did
yes.
you also look at the other songs also participating but didn't win?
Yes. After I did that, I extracted some lists for Switzerland, France, Germany, Sweden. So some countries that were of particular interest to me. But the winning formula is about the winning songs, and then the tempo is of course very easy because. BPM is BPM, right? So.
Sorry, I have a follow-up on this because we seem to have very similar lists that we used. So we had a hard time actually showing that these effects are really determining a lot of the winning chances if you look at all of the songs combined. So how did you come to the conclusion that this is a really strong effect? Like what measure or what model or
Yeah,
how did you do this part?
Well, maybe that was, I wouldn't really call it a very strong effect. So that was what I tried to say when you had your question. Of course, this is not at all exact. Now, I don't know, have you looked at the exact same 3 factors, or did you have more? Because I don't know that.
Actually, she is the expert. This and like a lot.
Well, we also got this type of features from Spotify for all of these songs passed long ago.
And
then we tried to identify if there's any patterns between the country's points, pairwise country points, and the songs the country which is receiving. The song features the country that is receiving those points. And actually we didn't really find the strong relationship between those features with the points. That's the reason why we feel surprised.
So your model probably was much more inclusive than mine. So because you looked at all the points, right? As far as I understand, yes.
Okay.
So that could be a reason, possibly. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Anyway,
thank you.
Okay, any more questions?
Mine is also for Jonathan. Is there a formula for a 0-point song?
I don't know. That is a very interesting idea to check. I can't answer that. I'm sorry.
Next research.
Yeah. Any other questions? Yeah. I'm sorry.
I have a question to Jane. As a disabled fan, I am very interested in your research. There are 2 entries in Eurovision that has disabled people as singers. The Finnish song in 2015 and more recently the Russian song in Lisbon. And both songs didn't get to the final. My question is, do you think that disabled people and as less chance to do good in Eurovision, do you think that should be a special contest for disabled people, or like in sports, or not, because music is not is very subjective? My question is, should we try to integrate the disabled people, and how? Should we have a special context for us? How can we integrate all the disabled people in Eurovision?
Yes, thank you for your question.
Sorry, this was for Jane. It's a Jane. Jane, this question was for you.
I didn't hear the question. Could you repeat it?
So should we work to integrate disabled people into the existing song contest, or should we establish something like the Paralympics as a separate contest so that there's still representation and participation but on a different level?
That's a really interesting question, isn't it? Because to be truly inclusive, we should have integration within the existing contest, but I think there are such a variety of different forms of impairments and conditions. There may be an argument for some separate contest depending on a particular, for example, learning difficulties. I don't see any reason why we couldn't have a goal of full integration though, and I think as a society, the more we separate out people into separate events, the more barriers we create and the broader the us and them. So my own gut feeling would be as integrative as possible, but I wish I was there to discuss it further with your questioner, because I'd really like to talk more about that. Please get in touch.
Thank you. Any more questions?
Oh,
yes, Helen.
Hello, Jonathan. The question for you. You were talking about BPM, and that's interesting me because I produce some music as well and some remixes. How did you come to that research of 123 BPM? Before, I would put in 3 categories: the ballads, the mid-tempos, and the faster song, dance songs. So coming up with a BPM, I'm intrigued about the 123 BPM formula. Yeah.
Yes, so the important thing about the tempo is the 123 BPM is an average. So, for instance, I checked this year's contributions, and actually we don't have a single song with 123 BPM. We have, I think, 2 or 3 with 122. So these are quite close, and yeah. So 123 is an average of the winning songs. So you could argue that this does not necessarily mean that you have to use 123 BPM in order to win, right? It is just yes. Now, but why is 123 the average? There is a rumor that this is particularly danceable. So this is a tempo that you can, yeah, that is easy or popular to dance to. So, yeah, that could be a reason for that.
So thank you very much for your wonderful questions. And if you have other questions, you can profit from the coffee break and make them. So I'll pass the word to Sophie.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. And a special thank you to our Science Slammers and their incredibly interesting research that's really contributing to studies of Eurovision around the world. So thank you.
Thank you to the Science Slammers, thank you to Jess, and thank you to all of you to be part of the Science Slam. Thank you especially to those watching us online and being able to vote for the participants. So don't forget to log in to tweetback.de. I need again my glasses. And tweetback.de/Z7WB. So all those following the stream, they will also find a QR code telling how you can find this voting page. And I see there's still a lot going on since everybody has 2 votes. So you're not obliged to give your 1 vote to your acquaintance that is in the Science Slam, but you can really vote for the presentations you like most. We will just have a short break to welcome the 2nd round of the Science Slam, and in the meantime we will again be happy to listen to the Schola Cantorum Basilensis, the professors and students from this wonderful institution. We will listen to Nicolo Musi and Sophia Will, Javier Rojo and Linda Scharnagel, who will give us their interpretations of the wonderful Te Deum of Marc-Antoine Charpentier. See you in 5 minutes.
Wir sind überall. Wir gehen auf Tauchgang in die Tiefen der Musikgeschichte. Gestern, heute und auch morgen. Wir sezieren Partituren wie ChirurgInnen und haben unser Ohr stets am Puls der Zeit. Wir verknüpfen Zusammenhänge und ermitteln genreübergreifend. Von Bach über Boulez bis Beyoncé. Apropos B, let's talk about Basel, unsere Stadt. Hier erproben wir Theorie in der Praxis. In Vorlesungen, Praktika oder Exkursionen. Unser Zuhause? Die Bibliothek, das Konzert, die Playlist auf deinem Handy. Wir verschlingen Bücher wie Basler Leckerli. Und wir schreiben Geschichte. Wortwörtlich. Wir verstecken uns im Rampenlicht. Als Musikjournalistinnen, Redakteure, Lehrerinnen, Kuratoren, Dramaturginnen, Wissenschaftler. Wie gesagt, wir sind überall. Überall, wo Musik ist. Das Musikwissenschaftliche Seminar der Universität Basel.
Back again to the Eurovision's International Conference 2025. Now going on with the second part of our Science Slam. And I'm very happy to welcome for the second round as we call them, dinosaurs, Jack Shepherd from the Mid-Sweden University. Give him a big applause, please. Jack Shepherd is an expert in tourism and peace studies, and he will also be part of tomorrow's Scholarly Roundtable, and we are looking very much forward to his presentation. But today he is hosting our Science Slam Round 2, and I'm giving a big warm welcome to our participants, Gieden, Boglaka Makadi, Laureen Hanig, and Natalie Rivera, and Andreas Grassel. Of course, you still have the possibility to vote for your favorites, so don't vote before you haven't seen all the participants and their presentations. So you have the possibility to do so if you scan the QR codes seen on the screen, or you log in to tweetback.de/Z7WB to make it less complicated. Okay, so now the second round is open and we are looking forward to wonderful presentations. Enjoy.
Hello. My name is Christiane Bartz. I am professor for mathematics for business and economics at the University of Zurich.
I'm Jie. I'm a PhD student which is my supervisor here. Yes.
And as part of this PhD dissertation, we study fairness in the context of the semifinals of Eurovision. In particular, we were wondering if the allocation of the countries to the two semifinals and the running order creates some bias. I think most of the people here in the room are aware that voting blocks exist. Some countries are friendlier to others. And this is actually already tried to be taken care of by Eurovision's pot system, where they split the different voting blocks into pots of 6 countries, and then they allocate the different semifinals from these blocks, trying to split the voting blocks. But this mechanism, we actually show, works better for large voting blocks of 5 or 6 countries, not necessarily for small, such as 2. And it does not really take into account the degree of love within this voting block. So as we all know, Greece and Cyprus have a more intimate relationship than some of the Balkan voting blocks. And so this is not modeled. And on top of that, the whole idea that that performing last or in the last 2 within each semifinal creates some advantage is also not accounted for in this draw. So, I don't know.
So take Montenegro and Serbia as an example. We know that they are from the Balkan countries and they are in the same pot and then distributed 2 semifinals in the draw. But the problem from the pot system is that it doesn't count for example, there are countries in the same semifinal which may dislike or don't like the songs from Montenegro as much as the other countries. And also, as in the current semifinal, Montenegro is in the second of the position, while Serbia is in the second to last position. And our analysis found that Montenegro has a much lower disadvantage to qualify for final compared to its neighboring country, Serbia. And so we asked ourselves, what can we do? Can we come up with a better model or come up with a fairer system? Then we model this problem as a mathematical optimization problem, utilize the mixed integer linear programming. So then our optimization model applied to this year's contest, we found this more balanced semifinals. And then I forgot to mention the bias gap for the real semifinals is actually 33, but our optimization managed to drop it to 6.6 bias. And moreover, our optimization only accounts for the first 3 and last 2 positions as a positioning effect. So the middle part is still leave for the experts to design the show.
That's most of what we wanted to say.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. So I had a few questions. The first was actually when I was watching your video, I was kind of interested, or maybe a little disappointed in some ways, that at the end you said that that we shouldn't use this model. So I was wondering, what were your thoughts about creating the model, suggesting you could make it fairer, but then sort of stepping back from your own findings there a bit?
Thank you for pointing this out. Our co-authors felt the same way. Basically what we thought of is, if you now look at the current mechanism, it's a YouTube show that is broadcasted. And as much as we love a mixed integer problem, we felt that the entertainment value of that mixed integer program is probably not as high as you would love this to be. So this is why actually as a next step, we would love to get into conversations with people from ESC and understand kind of what it is that you're looking for in this draw, and maybe create some draw system that keeps some of the excitement that you're probably seeking by doing this show, but at the same time being closer to the optimized value that we get.
Have you thought about writing to people working with the event to share your findings with them?
We're hoping that we get into some touch at this conference. We're hoping to, I think we already asked Isabel if she has some thoughts, and we're looking for any kind of input on why people think that right now there's this pots of 6, because you would, for example, have a much better control over what's happening if you use pots of 2. But maybe there is a reason why it has to be pots of 6, and we feel like as outsiders we don't want to kind of say we know how to do this better. But before we come up with something where you say, please do it this way, we thought this is our naive approach, how we would do this without any show element, and we would love to kind of then have a dialogue and understand how to construct this better. So we'd love to have this as a basis.
Great.
But yeah.
Well, hopefully you can get in touch with somebody. I was also curious about, so obviously there's been a lot of research on block voting, a lot of it perhaps done in the early 2000s that talked about these kind of classic alliances. I was wondering whether, how did you decide what were friendly countries? Because we're seeing new trends, especially let's think about since the Russian invasion of Ukraine, there's a huge Ukrainian diaspora that has sort of perhaps changed maybe some of the voting patterns we're usually seeing, or for example, Ireland giving high points to Poland because there's a huge diaspora there. So what are your sort of criteria for that?
Start attempting then, and this actually G is the data expert. She did all the regression. So basically, this is why we already had some questions when we talked, when we heard Jonathan's talk. So what we did is we did a large regression analysis incorporating a lot of song characteristics. We had the beats per minute, we had the key, we had the genre. I think at some point we even incorporated some parts of what the lyrics were actually about, trying to kind of control for various factors that are not merely explained by a country likes the other country. And I think to account for these dynamics right now, what we did is we only used the last 20 years, even though we created data from 56 onwards. But we thought the old data probably does not represent the voting blocks correctly. And I think you even did a fixed effects model for NT, but this is...
yeah, we also did a fixed effect of the yearly fixed effect. So that's when you talk about there are some sudden events that year or some invasion of the war, this will be fixed in the regression model, kind of. So it's more like trying to find a general necklace or disnecklace across countries over years instead of try to identify in this year how they will like each other.
So maybe just kind of trying to put this into simpler words, what we try to do is kind of keeping everything the same. How much does kind of Switzerland like Albania more than the other countries like Albania if we control for a lot of other things? And we try to give this a numbered value, and this is what we call the bias. What we did not do compared to other literatures, we did not kind of come up with these blocks and then say this is block 1, this is block 2, this is block 3. But we just came up with different numbers where we say they typically give 5 more points on average, or they give 1 less.
Great. Well, I'm sure that could cause a lot of sort of consternation in European diplomatic circles if your numbers came out. But thank you very much for that. We will now move to our guests online, I believe. We have our 3 presenters there, Loreen Hanning, Bolglaka Makari, and Natalia Rivera. So if you are able to present now.
Hi everyone, I hope you can hear us quite well. Yes, Natalia is not joining us today because she is living in the Philippines, and because of work there and the time delay, us Europeans for today will do the presentation. Yes, we're currently in Aalborg, Denmark. I'm Loreen, and this is Bogi, and we're studying at Aalborg University and did a research project on ethnic minority representation and the perception of such at the Eurovision Song Contest.
Yes, so the starting point for our research was this recurring pattern of who has the right to represent a country or a nation at Eurovision. So our research explores how ethnic minority artists are perceived by the audience concerning cultural representation and national identity. So we chose 2 cases for our research. One is from Italy, and we chose the performance of Mahmoud with his song Sodi from 2019. From Hungary, we chose Jossi Pápai, song Origo. And both of these artists have ethnic origin. Mahmoud has an Egyptian-Italian origin, while Jossi Pápai has some Romani descent. So both of them are challenging what we view traditionally as an authentic representation. So we were looking and focusing on the Gen Z perception. And we were interviewing with semi-structured interviews, Italians and Hungarians between the age of 20 and 26 to see their views on cultural representation. And we found it interesting to choose these 2 countries because of the political landscape as well, and how, for example, a nationalistic or a populist government can shape their views on national identity and cultural representation. So In our study, we also explore their reaction to the performances and their view on national identity.
That was us.
Thank you very much. It's a really interesting study, and I was sort of, when I came to the end of the video, I also heard something that you say that that Eurovision might not change society or change society's opinions. I guess as a sort of slight devil's advocate, I was sort of wondering, I think we do have examples perhaps where Eurovision has had a role to play in societal change. I think of examples like Dana International in Israel in '97, or perhaps even Conchita Wurst. I mean, and I think that what we're seeing is that it changes society perspectives both for the better and sometimes for the worse, because there's a kickback, right? So what would you, if you had to make a call based on your research, would you say that the inclusion of minorities in on the Eurovision stage, do you think that helps or perhaps creates more resistance to the promotion of a sort of multiculturalism in those countries you looked at?
I mean, what the interviewees talked about was this intergenerational divide that they perceived in society between their an ethnic minority artist representing Italy or Hungary, and with them being completely that even appreciating it, and then older generations maybe not agreeing to that extent. And what those interviews meant is that it's hard with Eurovision to change those very, very established views on society of what they perceive as older generations. So it was in relation to those different generations that exist within society and how they perceive it. And they said, well, no, Eurovision won't be enough. It's so deeply constructed into society that they think, oh, this is not Italian, or this is not Hungarian enough. So in that sense, for especially this topic of national identity, it seemed quite fixed. And of course, with our cases, you mentioned Dana International, obviously queer identities were not involved in that case.
Okay. And in terms of choosing those countries, you choose 2 specific cases there. What made you want to focus on these countries?
Well, we wanted to choose, for example, 2 countries which also had, obviously, artists from ethnic minorities, and they performed closely in like those years, so like 2017 and 2019, because we have to consider the political landscapes, also just the cultural landscape of these countries as well, so that they were at the similar times. And both of them had quite controversies when they were chosen to represent their countries, so that's why they were chosen, so that we would see how Gen Z perceived these public discourse that was happening around these artists' performances.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, it's also interesting with Hungary not being at Eurovision anymore, and then Italy being part of the Big Five. So also in terms of just Eurovision, it's quite like an interesting comparison that we could make then.
Yeah, especially I think in the Hungarian case, where perhaps a lot of the decision to leave Eurovision has to do with, the promotion of certain values that go against multiculturalism or just liberal values, one might say. But thank you very much for your study. We'll have a round of applause maybe for that as well. Yeah. And we'll move to our last speaker, Andreas. Yeah. Can you go to the website? Yes, I can.
Hey. Great. All right, thank you very much. Hello everyone, my name is Andreas. I'm a librarian from Munich. They told me I have 2 minutes time, which is challenging. What I did was, the project, a website, esclit.com, ESC like Eurovision Song Contest, and lit like literature.com. You can go there yourself. It's an online database which I made in order to be able to retrieve literature, scientific literature related to the Eurovision Song Contest. It also includes non-scientific literature to some extent, but it's focused on a scientific literature, and you can do a search. You can search for a certain author and see what the author has published. You can go for a subject like a country. Can I ask you to enter the name of a country like Ukraine, Israel, or something? Portugal.
Maybe Portugal, something.
Perfect as well. Everyone loves Portugal. And you see a list of papers, articles published in scientific journals, but also books, book chapters that include, to some extent, literature about the participation of that country in the Eurovision Song Contest. What is more, it not only gives you the idea what exists on a certain topic, it also gives you the access link. So if there's a DOI, you can access it via the DOI. And if it's, for example, a book or a journal, there's also the link to the so-called World Card. The link is called Find It in a Library, and that gives you the information where, in which library around the world you can find that text. It also includes a small description of the text, mostly taken from the abstract, and so this is a hopefully valuable tool for many Eurovision researchers, regardless of whether you're doing statistics with voting or political science or anything else. This gives you the possibility of retrieve Eurovision-related literature. It has currently 500 entries, which makes it probably already the largest database of Eurovision-related literature worldwide, but still growing. And looking forward for you to all use it and give me feedback. Thanks.
Great. Well, as a researcher, I'm very happy that you've made this, Andreas. It makes life a lot easier. Two questions then. I guess the first is, I know that perhaps your focus has been more on developing this rather than necessarily reading all 500 articles, although given your video, I wouldn't surprise me if you had read them all. So I'm just sort of wondering, given the overview you've got here, what are the sort of strongest and the weakest areas of Eurovision research in your view?
I wouldn't necessarily speak of strong and weak areas, but what I've remarked is there are certain trends in Eurovision-related research. When I think of earlier articles in book chapters, the 2000s and 2010s, many focused on voting and statistics, and today it's more about geopolitical science. Of course, Israel and the Russian-Ukrainian conflict have played their part in that, and LGBTQ is a topic that has been around forever. It's no trend. But what is coming more is also it's becoming more and more diverse in terms of research. So today you have researchers focusing on the economic aspects, for instance, on the Eurovision Song Contest, which is where you could hardly find an article about that 20 years ago. So it's growing, the whole field is growing, but also the diversity is growing, from my observation.
Yeah, definitely. My second question is actually just inspired by what I've just found here when I typed in Portugal, is that it seems that the strength of this database will be that it can provide literature from all different languages. And I assume that this is with the help of artificial intelligence of some kind, or is it not?
No, it's natural intelligence.
And
well, sometimes translation tools, which let me translate the abstract. I cannot read Ukrainian, for instance, reasonably well to translate that, but I extract the abstract and try to find what the article is about, for instance, in order to give me the keywords and a small description.
Yeah. That's great, because I think a lot of scholars from the Anglophone world struggle to, when they get told, oh, you should use literature from, the other languages in the world, and I think the trick is to, how do you find them? How do you know what to search? So this is going to be really valuable for them. So kudos to that. We have a round of applause for that, and then we'll...
Thank you.
So I guess now we're open to the audience. So any questions?
Yes, are there any questions to our Science Slammers round 2? Thank you so much, all of you. My question is for Gie.
Are you planning to also compare some national finals strategies and voting methods to spread your research, and maybe with this comparison you can also find a solution to propose to the Eurovision Song Contest?
Yes, for sure we can do that. But because our model is mainly trying to find a solution to separate the countries into two semifinals, or if there's any separation problem in the fairness contest, then probably we can work there as well, like an extension. Oh, no? Did I understand the question?
No, I'm actually not sure. So in the national finals, I wouldn't be aware of a problem where you have parts of a country voting for other parts of the country. So you know, I think the main problem that we see in the semifinals is that by creating this artificial split into two groups and then only allowing countries within the same semifinal to vote for each other and not all countries to vote for each other, this creates like some particular structure that personally I would just not be aware of which other pre-selection method has this challenge. So,
just to add, I was asking about it because this year in Portugal was a huge debate on the fairness of the juries. There are regional juries, and the winner was from Madeira Island, so the jury gave the biggest points for Madeira singers. So this is why I'm asking, because usually the national selections try to refurbish the voting methods also according to the Eurovision experience. So this is why I'm asking that. I know that the problem itself it's not the same, but it could be also a way of comparing. I'm from qualitative research, so this is why I'm asking this kind of question. So yeah.
So actually, I think that it's a really interesting angle to look at. What I think is particular, I'm not sure kind of who here in the room is an expert on these voting biases, but my take from the literature that was done so far was that juries are also biased, but in a very different way than televoting is biased. And what we did in this study is we only looked at televoting. So as a database, we used all the data from the finals and the semifinals, but whenever we had the data, we only used the televoting. This is also why we basically restricted ourselves to the last 20 years, so that we had this clear split, because people just have different biases. I mean, judges are definitely not perfect, and I actually thought it was a very interesting stream of literature as well. I'd love to do something on this, but I think Gia, this is her first project within her PhD, so I don't want to overburden her with this right now. And it's slightly beyond the scope of this simply because, televotes have this neighboring country effect and a lot of effects that juries don't necessarily share.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Well, we can just comment perhaps that, I mean, it's interesting, this links back to this morning's discussion on fairness. I think that, you know, by looking at countries that vote for each other, that's one aspect. But perhaps I just thought when we were talking about that, about Sweden's voting system and their national selection, that, you know, you have votes broken up by age group. So, you know, the kids get the same score as, you know, combined as all, you know, 30, 40-year-olds. So that's another aspect of fairness. So I think we could have a whole discussion on different...
And maybe if I can add to this, so we
Sure.
actually, within our research group, we had long debates. I think the last debate I had with a student worker last week is because he deeply does not agree with our definition of fairness. But it's like if we find from the data that, like, for example, I think we found that from the data we have, Malta seems to get like fewer points than we would expect, like from all of the countries, kind of. But then, is that really unfair? Well, we thought if everybody gives them the same, dislikes that for some reason, it's not our job to decide if it's fair or not. So that's at least our stance right now compared to the student worker who strongly thinks otherwise. but it is difficult. So we actually came up with our definition of fairness, that we said that if one country is better than the other in the final, if everybody's allowed to vote for them, then they should be better in the semifinals. So that's kind of our very narrow fairness definition that only works for this problem.
Okay, any other questions? Do we still have time for one more, I think? No.
Online?
Online, no questions. So let's give a very big round of applause to both Jack Shepherd and our Science Slammers too. Please.
So, the voting is still going on. We will have now a voting break of about 25 minutes. And in the meantime, we will enjoy again at least online, while we here are enjoying coffee and something to eat to manage to get new energy for our last impulse today. But you will be able to listen to wonderful music again from the Schola Cantorum Basilensis and from the Jazz Campus Basel. And I apologize for not taking my glasses on again. You vote, please, on the QR code that you can see on the screen or on tweetback.de Z7WB. There is still very much going on. We are about to break a new participation record in the Science Slam, so keep on voting for your favorite presentations because you have 2 votes and we are looking forward for you to distribute them. So see you again in 25 minutes and enjoy the wonderful Te Deum of Marc-Antoine Charpentier in various versions. Thank you.
Wir sind überall. Wir gehen auf Tauchgang in die Tiefen der Musikgeschichte. Gestern, heute und auch morgen. Wir sezieren Partituren wie ChirurgInnen und haben unser Ohr stets am Puls der Zeit. Wir verknüpfen Zusammenhänge und ermitteln genreübergreifend. Von Bach über Boulez bis Beyoncé. Apropos B, let's talk about Basel, unsere Stadt. Hier erproben wir Theorie in der Praxis. In Vorlesungen, Praktika oder Exkursionen. Unser Zuhause? Die Bibliothek, das Konzert, die Playlist auf deinem Handy. Wir verschlingen Bücher wie Basler Leckerli. Und wir schreiben Geschichte. Wortwörtlich. Wir verstecken uns im Rampenlicht. Als Musikjournalistinnen, Redakteure, Lehrerinnen, Kuratoren, Dramaturginnen, Wissenschaftler. Wie gesagt, wir sind überall. Überall, wo Musik ist. Das musikwissenschaftliche Seminar der Universität Basel. Wir sind überall. Wir gehen auf Tauchgang in die Tiefen der Musikgeschichte. Gestern, heute und auch morgen. Wir sezieren Partituren wie ChirurgInnen und haben unser Ohr stets am Puls der Zeit. Wir verknüpfen Zusammenhänge und ermitteln genreübergreifend. Von Bach über Boulez bis Beyoncé. Apropos B, let's talk about Basel, unsere Stadt. Hier erproben wir Theorie in der Praxis. In Vorlesungen, Praktika oder Exkursionen. Unser Zuhause? Die Bibliothek, das Konzert, die Playlist auf deinem Handy. Wir verschlingen Bücher wie Basler Leckerli und wir schreiben Geschichte. Wortwörtlich. Wir verstecken uns im Rampenlicht als Musikjournalistinnen, Redakteure, Lehrerinnen, Kuratoren, Dramaturginnen, Wissenschaftler. Wie gesagt, wir sind überall. Überall, wo Musik ist. Das Musikwissenschaftliche Seminar der Universität Basel. Wir sind überall. Wir gehen auf Tauchgang in die Tiefen der Musikgeschichte. Gestern, heute und auch morgen. Wir sezieren Partituren wie ChirurgInnen und haben unser Ohr stets am Puls der Zeit. Wir verknüpfen Zusammenhänge und ermitteln genreübergreifend. Von Bach über Boulez bis Beyoncé. Apropos B, let's talk about Basel, unsere Stadt. Hier erproben wir Theorie in der Praxis. In Vorlesungen, Praktika oder Exkursionen. Unser Zuhause? Die Bibliothek, das Konzert, die Playlist auf deinem Handy. Wir verschlingen Bücher wie Basler Leckerli und wir schreiben Geschichte. Wortwörtlich. Wir verstecken uns im Rampenlicht als Musikjournalistinnen, Redakteure, Lehrerinnen, Kuratoren, Dramaturginnen, Wissenschaftler. Wie gesagt, wir sind überall. Überall, wo Musik ist. Das Musikwissenschaftliche Seminar der Universität Basel.
Hello again. This is Basel calling with the results of this year's EUROVISIONS International Conference Science Slam. And I'm happy to say that we had 433 persons voting. And personally, this is no surprise to me because with 6 so extraordinary, interesting presentations, of course, people were also very split about who is going to get this wonderful special prize, not from the Ukrainian government as it was in 2005, but from the Eurovision's team. And we thought first maybe some scholarly book, yeah. But then Wilfred found a very interesting present. I will fetch it here. No, Michael found it. Yeah, but Wilfred found it with Michael because Michael ordered it for himself, and then Wilfred said, "Oh, that would be a nice present for our science slammers." So, so thanks to Wilfred and thanks to Michael, we have this wonderful present. What is it? It's not vibrating. And I ask our last year's Science Slam winner to unwrap this prize that the... Hello, Mark. So, yeah, you should unwrap it so that people can see what they are going to win. So what is it?
It is Songs of Europe Music Timeline Game, 69 years of Eurovision songs. Oh, it's like Hitster.
Okay. So, and the winners of this year's Eurovision's International Conference Science Slam are Loreen Boglarka and Natalia. Unfortunately, they are not with us. But I hope that they are following the stream online. So congratulations with 202 votes. So this was overwhelming. But in fact, if we talk about fairness, there were 3. So and we should divide it by 3. But but this is maybe a topic for next year's conference. So thank you, Mark. How was your scholarly way after last year's Eurovision's conference?
It blew off the roof.
You see, so if you have an idea about a research project, if you're writing your master's thesis, your bachelor thesis, your PhD thesis, and you think, oh, I would like to present this at Eurovisions, so go to eurovisions.eu, subscribe to our newsletter, and submit your research to us, and we will be happy to welcome you next year in wherever. So, thank you again. Congratulations to our 3 Science Slammers, and now I give the microphone to Carla, who will introduce our next guest.
Thank you, Irving. Hello, everyone. So my name is Carla Figueira. I'm another Eurovision's team member, and I have the pleasure to introduce Matthias Hornschuh, please. And just a few words to introduce Matthias to all of you. So Matthias is an award-winning German film and radio play composer. Also an influential advocate for fairness and sustainability in the creative sector. He teaches at various European universities, including here, the University of Basel. And this room where we are is his classroom, normally. So he will feel right at home. Also, Matthias explores the intersections of culture, society, technology, law, and the market. And one important note, because it's related with some of the tasks that Matthias still has to do today. So Matthias is a board member of GEMAR, which is the one of the biggest, if not the biggest, collecting society in Europe, and they are having currently their annual General Assembly in Munich. So it's a busy day for Matthias, and we really appreciate he providing us with this impulse for our thinking around fairness in the creative industries, overcoming structural asymmetries, and the struggle for a level playing field. Thank you, Matthias.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. I'm thrilled to be here. Earlier today, we heard about the lack of a clear definition of fairness. And obviously, that's true. You know, the people I represent, the authors and performers, do demand fairness. And while it is important to mark and criticize whitewashing efforts by companies and institutions, I'm afraid it can't be ethical by any criterion I know of to give up the fight for fairness just because there is no proper academic definition. So I'm gonna be talking about fairness, and I start with a question. How many of you buy organic milk? Do you pay attention to animal welfare when purchasing eggs? Anyone wearing fair trade textiles? I do. Yeah, I do. And I can see a whole lot of arguments in favor of such an approach. They are connected to justice, to ecological sustainability, and to regenerative economic activity, and to a personal or maybe collective attitude. But today's entertainment, like films, series, games, social media content and music, comes from the Wi-Fi. It's just there. All the music ever written, performed and recorded for, let's say, $14. And this is where the trouble starts. People don't know anything about the working conditions in the arts and in culture. And why would they? They don't know any details about cows, chicken and farmers or textile workers in Bangladesh as well. But culture, or to be more precise, cultural work, is an ecosystem like any other. It's just not conceived like that. And just like in any other ecosystem, there's one simple truth for the artistic and creative ecosystem: everything is connected. If you kill the bees, there won't be the plants to feed the cattle for our burgers. If you overheat the oceans, you'll kill the fish, which won't feed us anymore. So what if we don't take care of the creative workers? The knowledge workers, or coming back to music, the music authors and performers. They feed us musically, emotionally, intellectually, but they are starving. Now, I've been invited to talk about fairness in music, but what does fairness even mean? Who does the term address? Whose fairness do we take into account? Is fairness something we measure, something more or less objective? Or is it essentially a subjective ethical judgment? Is fairness a question of justice, and how does the law relate to it? Music publishers often say something like, when the music authors are doing well, we are doing well. Well, that sounds fair, as it underlines the mutual dependency of all stakeholders. Music is an ecosystem, music economy is an ecosystem. But what about the opposite statement? Could we agree on the following sentence: when the labels, music publishers, streaming services are doing well, artists are doing well? The simple answer is, no, we can't. Because that's simply not how it is. There's so much evidence, so many stories and studies, but still we're told to stop spreading anecdotes. You know what? When 75%, that is 3 or 4 authors and performers, emphatically express that they are massively dissatisfied with remuneration, with a lack of transparency, and with a profound lack of respect, as proven for music streaming in the German market, then that is a fact. Let's get that straight. 3 or 4 creatives feel the situation is unfair, so it arguably is unfair. As simple as that. I could come to an end here, but there's more to music than music streaming, and there are more facts than this one but crucial finding. So let's get back to the ecosystem and let's have a closer look at its core structures. The music ecosystem can be described by a few key parameters. We will have a look at key players, key markets, professional roles, and income streams. Due to the tight schedule, most of the numbers I provide relate to the German market and the German economy, and I will focus strictly on the perspective of those who make the music. Furthermore, I'll focus on the market for recorded music, which is a license-only market. Please keep in mind that the recording contains the musical work as well as its performance. Okay, the key players. Someone needs to write the music, that's the music authors. Those who sing, play and dance the music are the performers, often called artists. Someone else publishes and markets it, that would be the publishers and labels. The digital streaming service providers, let's call them DSPs, distribute the recordings to the public. To do that, they need licenses from the respective rights holders, so we need to talk about music rights. The musical works, that's compositions and lyrics, are protected by copyright. The Anglo-American copyright isn't exactly the same as the European author's right, but they're compatible. Performances and recordings are protected by so-called neighboring or performance rights. The exclusive right to market a recording is called master right. For a deeper understanding of music creators' complaints, an understanding of professional roles is crucial. This will lead us to their role-specific income streams. There's an English term we're lacking in German, and that's originator. Originators are those to whom a legal entitlement arises through the act of creation. There are three main categories of professional roles, each associated with the status of originators. First, music authors of compositions and lyrics. Second, performing artists. The musicians, they must be differentiated according to their contractual status, that is, featured artists versus session musicians who are simply hired. And third, those who finance the recording and hold the master rights. Master rights can be sold. So, where does the money come from? Well, usually it comes either from direct contractual partners, or from collective management organizations, CMOs like Suiza or GEMA, SACEM or PRS. Now, the session musicians, the hired guns, know quite a few constellations with no direct contracts attached and no CMO involved. We'll get back to that later. But wait, who pays for the actual work composers and lyricists do? The answer is no one. Attention, this applies to Europe, where the Anglo-American work made for hire doctrine is unknown. Music authors' work is unpaid. This even includes commissioned composers. In the film sector, we work entirely at our own risk. The fee is for granting the rights. It does not constitute payment for labor. Copyright is not about work, it's about works. So the only money we can earn as authors comes from licenses and royalties. In fact, more than 60% of the average income of composers in the German market stems from GEMA, the collecting society responsible for us music authors. If our work is not paid for, and we are therefore dependent on license payments, this means that every license or usage payment that is not granted constitutes a cut in our livelihood. In practice, a single person often has several roles. There are lots of performing writers and many writing artists. However, being a performer is a very different profession from being a songwriter or classical composer. So who pays for the performer's, well, performance? For now, it should be enough to say featured artists, those who have a contractual relation to a label, will be paid by their contractual partners, who get their share for the recordings from the DSPs. The session musicians, hired by them, are paid per session or per event, per concert. They don't have any legal or contractual relation to the DSPs, and their CMO, the German GVL, does not administer online rights at all. So, as a result, session musicians might get nothing from streaming, because usually session fees are handled as buyouts, that is, one-off payments. And this is despite the fact that German law clearly stipulates that musicians must receive appropriate remuneration for any use of their performances and recordings. However, this claim simply cannot be enforced in practice, and anyone who tried might probably never get a job again. We've just only scratched the surface, so I'm going to give you a more general oversight of the status quo. For session musicians, there's the fear of blackmailing, a cash shortage that severely restricts the ability to take legal action, and the awareness of having rights but not being able to enforce them under any circumstances. The result? A humiliating experience of powerlessness. Music authors have to realize that their slice of the very cake that could not have been baked without their contribution is not enough to survive. After deducting 5% publishing, round about 10% remains for sometimes up to 14 authors collaborating on one song. They have to digest the fact that the platforms impose unworthy rules on them against which they cannot defend themselves because they, as well, have no direct contractual relationship with the streamers. Last but not least, the featured artists. Being in that category might sound like you've made it, like you belong to the elite. It's not necessarily so. Featured artists are those musicians whose name or person is connected to the project or who are members of a signed band. They might be major artists with international success, national indie talent, or no-budget DIY acts. They all have structural problems. The biggest problem, as shown by a current study commissioned by the German government, a sharp polarization of remuneration that the analyst Mark Mulligan described more than 10 years ago as superstar economy. 0.1% of acts account for 75% of overall revenue, while 68% of all acts generate less than €1 in revenue per year. Just some of the other problems. There are an increasing number of services that artists have to pay for on the platforms. There's lots of criminal activities unfolding on the platforms like click fraud. Many contracts are simply designed to be as unfair as possible, and due to the asymmetry in the markets, a lot is possible. Both the artists and the authors cannot comprehend how the recommendation algorithms work on which they depend for their existence. Now, let's take a step back and look at the overall situation. The risk tends to lie on our shoulders, while the profit remains with the companies. In other words, we are not or not adequately rewarded for the added value created by our products. If you need to reach and engage with an audience, you need suitable channels. We are dependent on very few American and Asian service providers for streaming and social media. You could even call it a locked-in situation. And we lack alternatives. So me and my colleagues have been worried for some time. It's no wonder that more and more people have been leaving the industry since the coronavirus pandemic. Enter generative AI, an accelerant for the fire that already consumes the creative minds. Just weeks ago, the French streamer Deezer reported 20,000 AI-generated tracks per day being uploaded to their platform each and every day. And again, it's not just about music. In fall 24, 57% of the total text content on the web was already generated text. Forecasts from late last year predicted that later this year, 90% of all content on the web would be synthetic, that is AI generated. There's a term for that, it's called enshittification. The sheer amount of generated content makes human-made music, art, literature, journalism undiscoverable. Our works become practically invisible in the sea of AI slop. At the meantime, AI providers are preparing to substitute us in our own market with their slop at zero marginal cost. This marks the entry to the exit from the Western incentive-based ecosystem for creative work at a professional level. In combination with a dysfunctional music streaming economy, this constitutes a threat to cultural diversity on the European music market and the overall market for cultural goods. This is exactly what the European Parliament concluded in its music streaming report in January 24. They told the European Commission to solve our structural market problems that cannot be solved by market means. The parliamentarians concluded the European idea stands and falls with diversity as, according to its founding treaty, the EU is based on unity in diversity. Now, you might have heard the description of generative AI as fire accelerant before. I have already listed some of the implications of our use of so-called AI. And maybe I have already convinced you of the validity of the metaphor, but again, there's more to it, much more. The big Gen AI models have been trained on our content without our consent, without giving us credit, and you may assume it without compensation. Just in case you used ChatGPT or Llama, be aware they're based on theft. And while the use of AI in tax authorities or in logistics might seem plausible, thinking can't be automated and creativity can't be scaled. Generative AI tends to plagiarize human creative goods. There's no business model attached to AI output, since copyright is strictly anthropocentric. And the very software that you use to ease your stress level is a pattern recognition system, a perfect surveillance instrument for whoever gets hold on it. Now, speaking of fairness, we need to distinguish between different directions of fairness and their addressees. Let's stay with the creative originators for a moment and later turn to society as a further addressee. I often hear that there is no point in resisting progress. That's what the drivers of horse-drawn carriages tried to do when the motor vehicle came along, didn't help. But, well, no, that's bullshit. Another term. The story they tell us is based on the idea of collapsing demand. They tell us we or our art won't be needed anymore, but in fact the opposite is true. In fact, we are experiencing 100% demand. Every work, every performance is currently in demand just because they are available online. It will stay that way for years, and there's a simple reason for that. AI models trained on synthetic data, that means generated data, enter a state known as model collapse. They get dumped. You're familiar with the consequences of incest? Same thing. AI needs art, but art doesn't need AI. The AI providers depend on us. We produce the fuel for their machines. But still they refuse to give us our share of the value created. At the same time, the entire value added is redirected to other economies. They even dispute the value of our goods, the very goods without which they cannot train their models. Now, has there ever been a situation in history in which the producers of an absolutely indispensable ingredient of a supposed future technology did not participate in its value creation? Well, the answer is yes. Just two words: colonialism, slavery. Welcome to digital feudalism. A world in which tech giants and government power merge and sweep away the separation of powers. What price will we pay for it? Is this what we want as societies? I don't think so. I believe in human dignity, in democracy, and in the rule of law. But AI has a totalitarian potential through surveillance and so-called cognitive offloading. That means letting an AI think for you and create for you. The effects on critical thinking are the subject to worldwide research, and the results so far are alarming. Decades of an essentially unregulated platform economy have eroded the foundations of cultural work and journalism. Cultural, artistic, and knowledge-based labor is not recognized as real work. And now Gen AI provides us with low-threshold truth distortion and truth creation machines. They let us fabricate any kind of alternative reality and history that interested party could wish for. Education, culture, and the media are threatened by dehumanization through the uniformization of thought. In an AI age, there will be still products that feel and smell like art, but we might lose everything we could win by making art. Actually, making art in general is not about the product, but about the process. By sacrificing the incentivization of knowledge work, culture and media included, we are endangering the economy of our knowledge society, not to mention culture and our identity itself. Remember, thinking cannot be automated, creativity cannot be scaled. We must take care that the gap between technological progress and political control does not become unmanageably large. Tech won't save us, the market won't save us, so it's up to politics. I know, bold and dystopic statements. Don't get me wrong, this is not about prohibitions. I'm not calling for driving bans, I want traffic regulation. And yes, there are things we can do. First, let's start by being educated and responsible consumers. Check out for free-range composers in species-appropriate soil conditions. Choose which service you use. Don't use Google, don't choose Meta. Don't use Zuno or Udio. Why would you? Choose which aspects of your life and profession to automate it all. Second, we are not helpless. Let's fight back. The 3 levels of resistance are licensing, which, by the way, entitles us to say no to training, litigation, and regulation. You can read that by yourself. So, I'm coming to the end. To sum it up, if 3 or 4 of all music creators cannot understand why, which part of which income goes to whom, can that be fair? And should the law allow it? Without an enforceable right to remuneration, we stumble back into feudalism. We cannot grant the freedom of the arts, and we put the incentivization of knowledge work at risk. Copyright is the market regulation law for art, culture, and all knowledge work. Copyright is meant to incentivize innovation. Europe is dependent on innovation. However, copyright law does not reach many of its beneficiaries in practice. This cannot be compensated for by market forces, so policymakers must react. Not only to make it fair, but to make it sustainable, cultural and knowledge work as an ecosystem. We should consider whether we are still guided by the right questions and intentions. My proposal: we need a fundamental paradigm shift in favor of creative innovation. This is the urgent consequence of a rapid spread of AI, or rather our way of dealing with it. We must protect and strengthen human intelligence and creativity. There's an unmistakable and momentous trend towards the scaling of wealth, while we are facing a dramatic and growing inequality in the world, including the West. This is a threat to states, to societies, and ultimately to humanity. And this translates to the cultural ecosystem. Currently, we prioritize the most potent and the ones with the widest reach. Shouldn't we turn our efforts towards the new and significant. We need to consider how we can safeguard high-level professionalism in the cultural and knowledge professions. The current system is failing. It seems we need a new one that is not only fair, but sustainable. While stealing and exploitation do not build sustainable knowledge economies, it is the culture bees, the creative workers that pollinate the flowers of society, knowledge, and the economy. Thank you so much. I'm looking forward to the discussion.
So thank you very much, Matthias, for a fantastic presentation, one with which I resonate extremely, being a music professional for more than 40 years. So I can understand perfectly, well, at least, most of what you exposed here, which sadly is true in my opinion. So now we will, my name is Isabel Campil, by the way, and I'm another member of the Eurovision's team, and I will be around to give you the microphone and listen to your fantastic questions to Matthias, I hope. Any questions? Carla.
Thank you, Isabel. Thank you, Matthias. Truly fascinating, and it's really a privilege to end this first day of the conference with your address. You already put forward some solutions, and I was wondering around education, raising awareness. What are your thoughts? You know, because the professionals, the consumers, we need to know more about it.
Yeah, a very important question, because everything, it all is about education. If we don't bring, if we don't give our children the chance to experience the fantastic power of, the enriching power of cultural events, we don't give them a chance to go for it. In German, I'm talking about Erweckungserlebnisse, to be illuminated by cultural experiences. We need to provide children with that, and that's a pity because in Germany, and I think in bigger parts of Europe, we stopped any effort in that direction about 30 years ago. I remember exactly how I had to transform the rules for the study of musicology at the University of Cologne after Bologna, and we had to quit everything that was that gave us a chance to have a high common level for the students, because we couldn't expect them to know anything. We couldn't teach them, and we had to get rid of everything. And there are so many examples how problematic our stance in education is. And it's I tried to show you that you can't differentiate education, cultural work, and economy, because we are part of economy. It's work that we do. People are making money with our efforts.
Another question?
Hi, you told us that whenever we use Gen AI and all these systems, we can scale creativity, but...
No, you can't.
Okay, because I understood that.
No, you can't.
Okay.
How would you?
Yeah, that was my question, as they are just able to choose to be it probability, statistics, and yeah.
The sentence I told, I brought up two times was you can't automate thinking and you can't scale creativity. And I'm very sure it is like I said.
I probably misunderstood.
Okay, so thank you. Any other questions?
So, from the part of the politicians in Europe, You were talking about the report, you were talking about several efforts, but in real life, do you see efforts and put them in practice, in fact, to control? I use the word control, it's not the best word, but to give some rules and to, because I was looking in the last weeks about these AI rules for European Union and stuff, and
code of practice, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of ideas, but
miserable.
at the end, in practice, I don't see just anyone do what they want to do. So about this.
Thanks for the question. It's as the legal scholars would say, it's complicated, or it depends. Current situation is that we are heard by the European Parliament. They are interested, and they are. There's a tendency that they might be on our side. And they're pushing towards the European Commission, but the European Commission is in a state of FOMO, fear of missing out, which means they fear to be left behind by American and Asian companies and nations as well, economies, which is interesting because we decided for almost 3 decades not to regulate against big tech, because there was, since late 90s, there has been this moment of fear of missing out, and it was the main machine, the main motor for political thinking for the whole time. And so, as I told you, the basis eroded, and we don't have much to lose anymore, because there isn't much to lose anymore. So if they don't get it now, they won't get it at all, and it won't. And right now, 2 days ago in the U.S., Trump fired the head of the Copyright Office, which is a dramatic situation for us, because 1 day ago she released a report on copyright, which has worldwide meaning, because in this report it is stated that the American copyright principle of fair use may not be used to legitimize unpaid training. And you know who is in the government with Trump. It's not in their interest to have that stated by a political institution. And so, yeah, we are quite worried right now.
So João has a question?
Yeah. Thank you for your speech. My question is about how to fight back. Do you think that we can fight back by individual actions, just by making a more ethical consumption of cultural work, or do you think that this must be a macro transformations where regulations, where the property rights must be revised, and so on and so on?
Very important question. Thank you for that. I tried to mark that there is a difference between our individual behavior and our collective behavior. We have some potential to do something as consumers. We can choose which software to use, or which DSP to use, and I am giving up every. Okay, besides my Apple world, it's hard to get rid of them, but besides Apple, I'm quitting every American and Asian company right now. I'm going to Swiss and EU-based companies to do my hosting, to provide my server structures, which is not only a question of political reach. It's a question of data sovereignty at the same time, and we should be worried about data sovereignty because everything I told you is transferable to personal data. If we had the time, We could dive into copyright, and I could show you that in the models, in the AI models, you will find the training data. We call that memorization. And just assume your doctor's data have been trained into a public model. With a bit of luck or with a bit of criminal energy, anyone would be able to get hold of your data because it's there, it's available. And nobody talks about it. So we should be aware that's part one. But on the other side, we do have the possibility to provide licensing systems, and just that would be needed to give us a chance to say no. We could decide not to license our works or our data to anyone, but we are dependent on the establishment of a licensing system. And my copyright society, GEMA, has sued OpenAI and Suno for copyright topics. And we are the first ones in Europe. I hope there will be more, but it's so expensive. So this can be done just collectively and not individually. And if we establish licensing systems, if we litigate, if we bring them to court, politics has to react. And this is the main level, because we need rules. And we need rules that will be enforced. Because we have so many rules that are not enforced, and that makes no sense at all.
Anyone with another question? So, if there are no more questions, I would like to ask for another round of applause for the wonderful presentation by Professor Matthias. Thank you very much. Thank you.
It's time to wrap it up. There we go. Here we go. I'm Wilfred van Dellen. I was actually doing the live stream together with Paul there. But it's time to wrap up our conference. This was the first day. Tonight, actually, is the first semi-final, right, in Basel. So it's fair to say that this was our first day and our first semi-final. Tomorrow is our second semi-final, right, Carla? What's going to happen?
Well, you have to come and see. It's a surprise. Well, you can obviously follow the program online. So we're just going to quickly wrap it up. And from my part, really on behalf of the whole team, I just want to say thank you to the University of Basel for hosting us, for all of you to come and see us in person, and of course those online, joining online, thank you for joining the live stream. And of course we will have our content still for the future. Maybe we have to reconsider, like Matthias was saying, you know, where we're hosting things, and really consider our sustainability as an initiative. So yeah, from my part, it's just a big thank you.
Exactly. A big thank you. And as I said before, my name is Isabel Campil. I'm also a member of Eurovision's team. And please join us tomorrow online. I think we start at 9 o'clock, right? Tomorrow? Yes. We have wonderful roundtables tomorrow, and please join us either online or on site. And now I'll pass it on to Sophia.
Yeah, I'm Sophia, and I know you know me. So I have to repeat as well that join us and find us online, eurovisions.eu, and find us in the social media. Another thing we need to reconsider. So thank you for this food for thought for our future as well. And tomorrow we will have 2 amazing roundtables, one Impulse, amazing as well, a collaboration with a European research project. And tomorrow maybe we will have some surprises, some musical surprises. So beyond online and beyond here. So thank you so much. And I pass to my colleague, Dr. Eurovision.
So, and we have already been considering our social media strategy because we're almost invisible on X, and that's on purpose. And for the other ones, we really need